Good afternoon, welcome back. Hope you're all doing very well. We are down under today. It's been a little while actually since we've been over in Australia. We're on the VATSIM network with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, starting off at the MKStudios Adelaide, which was released I think last week. Just I haven't got round to checking it out just yet. And we're in the new FlightFX Citation X as well. That's Cessna Citation business jet that a lot of people have been enjoying since its release, I think about a week ago as well. And again, I just haven't had a chance to get round to it, so double whammy today, and we'll be flying off to Essendon over in Melbourne before completing a turnaround and then hopping up towards Shellharbour nearer to Sydney. So very warm welcome to you all wherever you are in the world. MPS Gaming, good afternoon matey. Badger, thanks for the metal mate. Ashley, welcome. Dirty too, congratulations on some more exam passes, mate. That's pretty good. Getting closer to driving those trains. Grant, welcome. Chris, good morning. Canadian Flight Simmer J as well. Good morning to Carlito. Welcome everyone. Malcolm's asking, I'd like to get a question in with the Fenix A320 Osprey Airways liveries. When we've got a bit of an ETA for those. So Tapsy's now back at home and he's able to sort of progress the liveries. So watch this space, as Ashley said, it'll be a few weeks hopefully, and we'll be able to get those liveries up to date. We're going to spend a few minutes on the ground here, having a little pan around, a little look around the new Adelaide, and I'll be taking your thoughts throughout as well, of course. Ian, good evening. And then we'll go and take a look at the FlightFX Citation X, for which I've been on the ground now for about 40 minutes. I've used the cold and start state mode selector. It appears to have some bugs, and either I'm doing something wrong, or there's something not quite, something's not quite triggering or happening correctly. I don't know. Who else has been flying the Citation? Have you found any quirks, anything that has come up that's worth knowing? This is a proper first flight in this, so I've got the manual, I've got the compressed checklist. We'll be diving into just sort of having a little look, see what we can come up with. So looking forward to it very much. It's a bit of a cargo apron, some strange texture work from a distance, but the msfs LODs are this ongoing battle for devs. Actually up close it looks a bit better. Yeah, look at that, much nicer. Look at plastic sheeting, I think, I'm not really sure. Here's some of the guys. I assume that is MPS in his Grisen. Ah no, Dirty 2, not at all. I just can't afford the pay cut. If I went and did it, I'd basically be halving my wage for a year and a half. Can't afford that. Ooh, look at this. Very nice. Dylan, welcome. Really fun aircraft. Love the flight model on it, especially the flare. Landing feels great. Carlito's done 5 flights in it so far. You've not noticed anything. Are you loading in and using the cold and dark start function, or are you just going straight into ready for taxi? So when I loaded in, I noticed that I was getting like a reoccurring ignition sound, like a zzzz, and then it kept repeating itself. So I thought, well, maybe it's trying to start for some reason. So I've then gone on to cold and dark, and it basically carried on making that weird noise. Something was clicking away trying to start. And then I noticed that in the cold and dark buttons, the default state that they have, which I've clicked, a lot of the buttons like the ignition and things were still on. So a little strange. But I haven't got any updates for it, that's the thing, so I've got the most up-to-date version from the marketplace. MKStudios make some pretty good sceneries now, don't they? Very nice indeed. The Citation is an absolute missile as well. It can climb, so we're going to cruise. We're going to try and see if we can reach flight level 410 today. It's a bit of an ask. We'll see if we can get there. And what we're then going to do is try and reach nearer to Mach 8 because it's capable of flying exceptionally high and exceptionally fast, which sounds pretty fun. Although the one thing that I do have in my head is actually we've got to make sure we can slow the jet down at the end. Oh, hello. What happened there? They do really need to sort out the LODs. Asobo have made some catastrophic changes to the LOD system in msfs 2024 in my opinion. Joey says it doesn't use 8.33 spacing on the radio. Pretty good, you can read all of that. What the? What a slogan! HSBC, Bank Australia Limited. Surely that's not the slogan. Gonna have to Google that. There's no way. So it looks pretty good. Let's have a little look through security. We'll go land side. Beep, 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 beep. And we'll see what we've got on the land side section. This looks pretty cool. If you're familiar with the airport, by the way, and you know what it looks like in real life, shout up in the chat. That looks pretty epic.
Cessna is a Cessna 172. We're tracking the coastal southbound runway.
Arrivals.
12 in Adelaide. We'll be inbound. We're already at
very nice.
Miles out. Just passing Outer Harbour Lighthouse. Lima Golf Echo. Adelaide.
Yeah, how long's the sale on for? I did see something about a PMDG sale, but I've not. I've been so busy, I just haven't had a chance to actually take a look at it. Now this looks pretty cool. Look at that detail there. Ronnie, welcome, buddy. Thank you very much. Good evening to you. Down here in Australia, more and more and more of the guys at work and the girls at work are moving out, taking the transfer opportunities and things like that. Going to South Australia, West Australia, all over the place. It's a very funky looking airport. It's got a really nice design to it. In real life, that is. Oh, Rob, exciting, tuning in stateside. How long are you in the States for? Whereabouts are you as well? Haven't been to the US in a very long time. The last time, in fact, I went to the States, when was it? Chicago during COVID for a stag do. It was bizarre. Everything was closing around us. Apparently it should be Together We Thrive. That's quite the typo. Deary me. Apron area looks pretty good as well, doesn't it? Look at this. There's a Raw Flying Doctor Service area on the airfield. We'll go and find that. I think it's over in the corner. It's all the way over there somewhere. But we can go and have a little look-see at that as well if you guys wish to see it.
Like traffic, Lima Golf Echo is 5 miles to the north of the field at 500 feet. We're inbound.
But I suppose, you know, for Adelaide, this is going, you know, the big feeders for Australia. You've got Brisbane, you've got Sydney, you've got Perth. So I suppose everything else, Melbourne, Adelaide, they just all feed in from those big international hubs for Australia, I suppose. Supposedly though, Adelaide, Melbourne, they are the nicest parts of Australia from what I keep hearing. Although, mind you, all of it sounds pretty brilliant in comparison to this hellhole. It's some sort of engineering type area here. Or freight. Ah, Qantas Freight. The Gulf of America, very exciting. Looks like we've got a tower and custom fire station. I've set pushback for about half past, so we'll just see how we go. I do want to have a little look around here first. It's got some really good building textures on the left hand side, that corrugation of the concrete.
Adelaide traffic, Lima Golf Echo is on final for runway 12 Adelaide traffic.
That looks cool. So I wonder if they've dropped something and it's a bit of an Easter egg, but no, very blurry. It's funny, isn't it? Because like Pyre Devco makes the tower stuff so visible that you can pretty much read everything within it. Which way is runway 12? He's landing on the little one. He's over here. I've got my bearings right. Which is handy actually, because we will go over to the Royal Flying Doctor's Service. I got lost. There's runway 12. Oh, the Royal Flying Doctor's Service is over there. There he is. Oh, it's a little Cessna. FlightFX X, welcome. Hey, Night Owl, how are you finding it? Love the PM2G stuff. Always so good. Always holding that off beautifully. There he goes. I've got some custom fire trucks. Cool, there's a load of work over here, so let's whip this up from 5 to 83. I'll have to remember the settings shortly. So over in this section of the airfield, we've got the Royal Flying Doctor's Service. And the Pilatus hangar. Got a little apron as well, so you can spawn your aircraft there. That's actually where I took the screenshot for today's live stream. And then what have we got over here? Some sort of big shopping arcade. Amazing. And a Macca's. Yourself down to the Golden Arches. Harbour Town Premium Outlets. Really nice detail. Got the Adelaide City Pack and the Melbourne City Pack installed for today as well, folks, so that we get to see hopefully some good views on the way in. There's the windsock, and we're going to be using 05 today, but I wanted to just have a little look over here because they've added in a few nice little details. Bearing in mind, yeah, this is final approach. Look at that. Some sort of West Beach Park, some sort of skate park type thing. I don't know what that is. Yeah, nice little touches that extend off into the town before it then acts fairly nicely. Just kind of goes back into the typical Bing photogrammetry stuff. Runway textures look very nice. There's the Bappies. What else do we have? Bit of scrubland, bar training facility here, and some radars. There's the Rusty Girl. And over here, some generic buildings. What have we got? That's it. Look at that. So one last little bit is this cargo area. before we go over towards the jet and we see how broken it might be. Because I basically had the battery keeps sort of switching itself off, which is very strange. Actually, that's a point. I don't need FSU IPC7 today, do I? So I'll get rid of that just in case that's a problem. Very nice little details here. Engineering hangars, and then we shall go to 5, the big reveal. 527 seems to be a bit of a sweet spot for me for the cameras rotating around. Yeah, I mean, those of you who watch the channel regularly, you know that I'm not a massive fan of private jets. I like the big, heavy airliners, you know, the holiday routes, all of that jazz. So for me, business jet flying has never really been that exciting for me. But every now and again, a good product does come along, and it does pique my interest somewhat. I think, well, maybe this actually might be quite enjoyable. So today we're flying this, the FlightFX Cessna Citation X. It's a marketplace product, sadly, which I never really, if I'm honest, like. I can't stand the Microsoft Flight Simulator marketplace. It's I think 80% of the stuff on there is absolute garbage. You do get some real gems though. And I think this, by the looks of it, certainly from what I've read, is one of those gems. There she is. Really nice detail on the outside. We've got the little ground power unit connected, though I'm not convinced it's actually doing anything because I connected it, had it running at the start, and it killed the battery. Somewhat worrying. I think the last time I did a private jet I was in this... Oh, it might have been the H jet actually. Though that was a press copy, so I never actually got it for like a longer term thing to dip in and out of. It's always nice sometimes to see how product develops over time. A really nice exterior model, look. Look at that. Yeah, she looks very good, I agree. This is the winglet version as well. There's sim brief profiles which are already included. Yeah, FS2024, Ronnie. Got the little luggage compartment open. Then we've got the APU running. Look at that. There's the engines. JD, welcome. So let's dive in and have a little look. Set up the drone camera so that it's in the right place for later. It's about there. That's about roughly the sweet spot. Right, bosh. Here's the flight deck then. So one big thing that I'm hoping some of you that know how to do this will be able to help with is I cannot for the life of me align the IRS. I've got permanent heading fail. And so I don't know why, because I've tried to align the IRS, I've then turned everything off, restarted it all, I've got battery fail down there, I've turned it all off, I've tried in align mode, I've tried in nav mode, I've tried in ATT, I've got the IRS set to instant, and I've even done the POS init down here. Turn on standby power. There we go. I've been reading the manual for about an hour and a bit. But it's one of those things, isn't it? Because it's such a... there's so much to it. Electricals, hydraulics, fuel, generators, batteries. No two aeroplanes are effectively the same. So you can read the manuals time and time and time and time and time again. And you'll find that you'll still miss things for a little while. There we go, look at that, you guys are legends. I knew I'd miss something. Because I think I'm on page 52 on the manual at the moment, just flicking through various things. Give us a crash course, Carlito. So do I need to set a manual cabin altitude? think I do, right? It takes a while. But I'd set it to instant. Which is strange. Anyway, we shall leave it for a minute and see what it does. Let's have a little look at the cabin. So we've got this like door area here, which I'll have to try and find. There it is. Ta-da! Little click spot. Big reveal. And then you've got we've got the door open at the moment, so we can poke our head out. There you go. Look at that shiny, nice little wing. Steps and a little handrail for an assist. Yeah, and all around a very nice little environment with cubby holes and all sorts of little things like that. Nice little glass things. Reveal different areas of the aeroplane. There's a torch, very nice. There's quite a few little things there you can kind of enjoy. There is also a little panel up here which allows you to open all the shades or close all the shades. There we go. Good for the old night flight. Just like American Airlines, forcing them all shut. We can then turn like lighting on. Ooh, look at that. Very cool. Pull out a little table. Not sure what's going on with her. Twitching away. And there's 3 different things. There's like pizza and a few others. I've set like a nice, that nice plate thing. There you go. Nice one, Jerry. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. So that's all done. The sim brief stuff for the importing of the routes, by the way, is quite easy as well. While we're back in the flight deck, you've got different configurable options down here. States. I pressed cold and dark, but it left a lot of this on, and then it was trying to turn the igniters on, even though it had the engine socks in the covers. Throttle calibration is here. Really important you do that. They're all set quite compressed at the top. I've set cruise right up here just to give myself more leeway, like the CRJ. For throttle inputs, and then those 3 options for the cabin there. And if you don't want to in cruise, kind of set cruise and then maybe like fiddle around with throttle or whatever if need be. If you want to set speeds, you can have like an auto throttle module that they've allowed in here as well. A couple of screen options, LCD. There it is. Look at that. And then CRT, based on your preference, and we've got Navigraph integration as well. I would like to see this be a bit better so that we could import the route and it recognise it, maybe pin all the charts automatically for us based on what we've set in SimBrief. But hey ho. Weights, very easy again. You put your SimBrief ID in, hit import from SimBrief, and then if you get that message at the bottom there, import successful, you're all good. Like that. And then ground services. Like I said, I'm not convinced ground power is actually doing anything, but we can close the luggage door, close the main door, and get rid of the ground power unit because we're running on APU. I'll just turn that one off. And then you can stow it like so. We'll have a little bit more of an explore of this once we get airborne. There's the door closed. Happy days. Very nice flight deck area, isn't it? I need to try and find the like, I don't know if it does, but maybe like a backlighting here. The standby instrument's quite dark. Right, let's have a little look to see what we are doing today. So, Navigraph. Ta-da! We're up here in the GA apron, a stand 101 with no push start needed. It would just be engine start and then taxi out, down Alpha 2, cross at Foxtrot 2, down to 05. We could probably line up and be a bit cheeky from Foxtrot 5, to be honest, and then just blast away. But I might use full length just so we get to see what lining up on the full length for like an airliner would look like. And then after departure, 042 degrees to Nobble, and then routing out towards Rogs, and then Bendo for the Bendo 3, which is what we are flying on today. Initial climb. We've got no altitude requirements really. Transition is 10,000 feet. It's interesting because when I'm in an Airbus or if I'm in a Boeing, something like that, I always feel pretty confident with flying. So even when I'm then checking out a new scenery, something I'm perhaps not necessarily familiar with, because I'm quite confident with the aircraft, it takes away a little bit of the work, so I can just focus on having a little look about, enjoying it, then flying and all that sort of thing. So, oh, we've got Adelaide ground, and it's runway 23 now. Brilliant. We've got ATC online. Right, so we're going to have to change that then. Of course, I've just briefed it. Bloody heck. Right, 23. Bendo 3. So it's the same, but we're going to do 222 degrees instead out over the coast. So I need to change this now to runway 23. Bendo 3. Activate. Right, and then we're down here. We've got course and heading selector dials. We've got the altitude selector dial. Very awkward positions, actually, I think. Down here. Quite a natural position for a pilot. You reach down, kind of just twizzle your knobs, but at the same time, not a very nice position for flight sim purposes. I'm just going to set a departure heading of 222. Got that on. We've got those on. Right, what's ground? 1217. Okay, so we'll change the comms. And then 1205. Jolly good, that's set in standby. So we've got ATIS number Charlie, QNH 1027. We're going to get a squawk code issued to us, and it's runway 23. Oh, see, there we go. We've got the APU on. Yeah, these ones here. Yeah, so it's good click spots actually. So anyone else getting this problem? I mean, I've got to basically cycle the batteries to get it all to sort of come back to life again. I mean, the APU sounds on, but then it's also showing not on. This is basically what I've been battling for about 30 minutes now before the stream started. It's rather annoying. There's a bit of a disconnect with something in this.
Just on 5, I'm nice evening, fine. Thanks, EJ.
Ah, chuff the heck, the old RS will have not aligned anymore. Yeah, it shows APU on. But then we've got bleed valve open, but yeah, we've got no actual digits. something's not quite right. I don't think.
Very good evening, Osprey.
Right, where were we? We need to go back into this now, don't we? So we need to go to perp in it. No, nav.
Osprey 2472, Adelaide ground, g'day. I don't have a flight plan for you, sir. Could you refile? Hey, sir, look at this.
Grand, good evening, Osprey 165. We're stand 101, I think, with information Charlie Citation X. Request clearance to Melbourne Essendon, please.
Osprey 165, Adelaide ground, g'day. You cleared to Essendon via Bendo, flight plan route, runway 23. Bendo 3 departure, climb by the SIP 5000, squawk 3737. Departure frequency is 122.8.
Cleared Essendon, Bendo 3 departure, runway 23, initial climb 5000, squawk 3737, and departures on 1228, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165.
Yeah, like ground, let me go. You should have a flight plan now. Clicking airway.
So now I need to get to the engine start part of my thing then. Safety on. Passenger safety light is
Lima Golf Echo Adelaide ground
over
cleared
here.
to Parafield via flight plan route, runway 23.
Our safety. Just going to sort out the squawk code. We've got 3737.
Good Adelaide on flight plan route 23 up to 3000, squawk 1733. Departures are on Unicom 122.8. Let me go back up.
I'm just going to put it on TARA now just because it's easier, because I will forget otherwise. With all the stuff going on with the new aeroplane. So we've got generators, none of that's working. Wing X covers off. Responder, yeah, wicked. Flight ID. That'll do. Okay, so parking brake checked, IRS is aligned. APU is shown on. Standby gyro. Uncaged. Altimeter set, clearance is brief, flight directors are set.
Philosophy 1404, Adelaide ground, g'day. Taxi Foxtrot, cross runway 30, Alpha, Lima, goodbye. Taxi Foxtrot, cross runway 12, Alpha.
Pressurization checked, we want 4 something, don't we? So we wanted to set
Alpaca 115, contact tower 120.5, see ya.
430.
120.5 for Alpaca 115.
There, all good, that's all set, that's done. Weather radar's on standby. I need to change the, oh yes, the altitude. So let's use this click spot now. So initial climb to 5. It is very nice they've added those in there, I think. Right.
Hello ground, let me go. Echo ready for taxi.
What have we got then? Pack isolation valve.
Lima Golf Echo, taxi via Alpha, holding point Bravo 2, runway 23.
Yeah, I just don't know if that's even on. I don't know.
Alpha to Bravo 2, holding point runway 23, let me go. Echo.
Isolation valve is closed. APU bleed air, assuming is on. We don't know. We'll find out in a moment though. Pass safety, ground recognition lights are on. The next one up is strobes as well.
Like
That one
ground,
does.
Osprey 242, should have that fault on the plan there now. Osprey 2472, A firm, clearance is possible.
Interesting.
Ready to copy clearance, Osprey 2472. Osprey 2472, cleared to Melbourne via Bendo, flight plan route, runway 23. Bendo
Interesting
3
with
departure,
hydraulics.
climb by the SIP 5000.
It doesn't say whether or not in the compressed checklist if they need to be in a specific mode. Anyway, let's see what happens. Right engine start. We're going to put the fuel boosters on, just in case. Where's that music? Well, it's
Adelaide ground, Lima Golf Echo. We able to
ISOL valve left panel just below 2.4.
Little circle taxiway to do some run up before departure.
Yeah, that's here. I've got that off.
Lima
I've
Golf
got cabin
Echo,
packs off.
Perfect, thank you. Lima Golf Echo.
Yeah, I'm still expecting to see indications there. We're not getting any, but hey ho. We'll just see what happens. Right, so where's that checklist again? Because I'm on different screens here. It's often quite difficult trying to get your head around a new aeroplane for the first time, isn't it? Right engine start. Let's see what happens. Custom sounds in this. Left engine start. And Osprey 165 request startup.
Osprey 165 approved.
Thanks, Osprey 165. Generators. There's no like speed brake armed function here with this jets. So it looks like we've got engines stable. That's all pretty good. Let's go to the outside. Oops. Ground power's still connected. So there's definitely some sort of bug that I've got causing me some problems today. Beautiful aeroplane though, look at that. Very nice visual effects out the back too. There's that anti-collision light at the base of the tail. And then we've got some really nice nav lights there as well. Probably get rid of the chocks. So we go down here, get that tablet back up. Ground services. Chocks. It's got like a moving map and various other things. Flight plan. Right, where were we? In the manual. Speed brakes checked, so we're gonna extend.
And Adelaide ground, Osprey 2472 is ready for question start. Stand 15.
Set up some custom views for today as well, including these ones here, look.
Fish approved 2472. Adelaide ground, g'day, velocity 1504, 14 Lima, please. Velocity
Very quiet in the jet, isn't it?
Adelaide ground, g'day.
Okay, so that's all good. Flight controls full and free. We'll do a little bit of the old
Echo Alpha, short of Lima.
rudders and things.
1504.
Anti-ice is down here. Big old panel. Cockpit statics and things on. Various different systems. We shouldn't really need any today, I don't think. What's the... There's a lot of information on here, isn't there? Where's the temperature?
Ground level Echo, we'd like to switch to Bravo 2 now.
Lima Golf Echo, taxi holding point Bravo 2, runway 23.
What was it on the METAR?
Bravo 2, holding point 23, Lima Golf Echo.
12 degrees. That should be right. Right, that's all good. Transponder is all set. Wing X over is off.
Good morning, Adelaide ground, Exojet 805.
I don't know how you'd know if it's on or off.
Exojet 805, Adelaide ground, g'day.
Where's next?
Morning, Exojet 805 is ready to come.
Cockpit set. ICAS checked. What the?
Flight plan route, runway 23, Bendo 3 departure.
tossing it. Battery fail. Let's try and force it.
4714 Spark.
There's definitely something not right with my jet that I've installed here. Do not delete anything on my flight plan, please. Strange. Oh, no, it's gone again. Hey, Zato, welcome. And no one else had this issue before. Just I'm taking a minute, just have a little look around the different areas of the aeroplane. See if anything stands out. Just turn standby power off. Turn it back on again. It's not happy with something's causing an issue deeper in this, I think. FMS fuel quantity balance checked. Yeah, because actually now I've lost radio as well. For some reason, even though it's shown on, I've got no comms. Let's try ready for takeoff. Yeah, something's not right. That's the giveaway, right? In a way, the fact the APU isn't really working or doing anything. But I haven't got anything else in the background that's saying, oh yeah, you need to... this is the other reason as well why I cannot stand marketplace products, because if something goes wrong, you end up waiting weeks for a patch or an update or fix. Okay, now it's showing a line. Oh. In config, I think I've got it set to, yeah, instance. But no one else has had a problem with this. I'm confused by that. Because all I've done is install it and then load in. 44 minutes, we've got absolutely bloody nowhere. Right, let's see about uninstalling the thing. So, what have we got here? Citation. Clearly none of those. No base contents. There we go. Right. Yeah, Jerry, I tried that twice. Managing my library. I wonder if it's because it's streaming, something's missing with... It's not quite loaded, it's not quite downloaded something in, if that makes sense. Right. Let's see if that's done enough to wake it up. Afternoon, Dwyer. Welcome. So this one is going to be see how quick we can get it started, and I'll probably just use ready for taxi as a click spot. And if it doesn't work, then what should we do? It froze. But look, it has. I've got no spinning wheel. Let's have a quick check. Hold on. What's going on here? FlightFX 2024. Yeah, Nighthawk. We've already mentioned that we are using the checklists, but I have a bug with the way it's installed, because it's streamed. Something's not quite being loaded in properly with the aeroplane. Right, but that's crashed. Let's get rid of it. We'll give it one more go before we pick another aeroplane and we sack it off. What do you guys think? I don't have time to mess around with bad installs. Try not using ground power. Okay, yeah, we'll give it a go. Well, this time I'm just going to load in and I'm just going to press ready for taxi to see if that maybe triggers something that helps. I mean, thankfully, just get rid of the music for a second. Thankfully, this all loads fairly quickly as well now, compared to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. I haven't seen anyone else have this problem though, and I'd have expected a couple of people to say in the chat, yeah, I've had the same issue, but this is why I like to just have an aeroplane that I can download and install. 50 minutes later, we've not gone anywhere. Could be a long day, folks. If we are still faffing around and this does work, we'll have a little look to see how far off people are from Essendon. And if they are a little further away, we could either try and play catch up, or if they're already getting to Essendon, what we could do is try and basically just go straight to Shellharbour, ditch the turnaround. So we'll play it by ear. I am monitoring the guys on FlightFX that have already departed, in fact. Although some of you are very patiently waiting. We'll give it a go. By the way, on the top of the screens, you've got the new stream overlay from FlightFX. I think it takes up a bit too much real estate. What do you guys think? I can revert it back to the older one, so it's a little bit thinner, it's a bit wider, but Yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it on for the day, see what people think. There is a minimalist version as well, but when I load that one up, it just stays completely blank. Here we go. Not too long left. Loads so fast. Much better. There we go. Rightio. Let's go free flight. Australia. Adelaide. International. Wind the time to a reasonable time. We keep it daylight. Start. Right, let's see what happens. This is more promising. Let's restart vPilot. Cool. Let's see what happens now. Hear that? Don't know if you can hear it. See? It's... and then... doing some weird stuff. Right, ready to taxi. Let's see what happens. Oh look! Something wasn't right when it first loaded. So on first load, it's just something's bugged out massively. Yeah, here we go. We've got a bit more life. Right, so we want to go into VATSIM brief, flight plan recall. We need to go into here, go weights, import, Bosch, happy days. Ground services, get rid of the instrument covers. Yeah, this is full of bugs. Strange. I'm sure it's because it's in the marketplace. Right, what do we got? We need tower 1217. Ground 1217, 125. So departure, it was runway 23, bend 03, activate. And then we wanted runway heading of 222 degrees, so that is going to be the heading bug here. Absolutely, Ashley, yeah, that can't come soon enough.
Killing 251, contact tower 120.5, see ya.
120.5, killing 251, g'day.
Ah, let's jump to 1000. Stop doing that. That's bloody annoying. Okay. That's set. That's done. Nav. Departure. POS in it. We'll do the arrival shortly. Perf page. We will have to just maybe work through some of this again in case it's deleted itself. Yep, flight level 100.
Emirates 440, you're cleared to Auckland via Bendo.
We'll try and get to flight level 450.
Bendo 3 departure. Climb by the SID 5000, squawk 1470.
Sync FB.
Departure frequency 120.
Confirm in its wind. 210 at 4. Right. Flaps 5, yep, fair enough. We'll just go flap 15.
Emirates 440.
Flap 15 or flap 5? Do flap 5. See what happens. Per minute. Climb 450. Yep, cool. Whatever. So Mach 08. Mach decimal 80. Sorry for climb out. Then Mach 88 for cruise. Descents. We'll deal with nearer the time, and then we'll have landing calculations and things like that. So that's good. Flight plan. I think we're there. We'll pop weather radar on for now. Just so we have a bit of weather. Although it says off.
Just 782 Adelaide ground, g'day. You cleared to Melbourne via Bendo.
Probably need to get airborne to be fair for that. Right, what's next in the manual? So we're taxi check, passenger briefing complete, thrust reversers checked.
Touch frequency 122, takes the line.
Lovely jobbly. Flap selected, indicated, trim 00 set, V speeds are set, V1 rotate V2. Got yaw damper, Mach trim, primary flight director select. We've got captain side. We want bearing on FMS. Oops. Parking brake disengaged. Whoopsie doopsie. Right, there we go. We need to set pressure in the cabin to 430 actually, isn't it? Not 430, not 450. So we need to go back into performance, cruise. Where's my Simbury flight plan? Oh, it is 450. Fair enough. So that's good, that's good. That's all set. Select indicators. That's 5. Am I being really dumb? Where is my flight director? There. Got it. Of course it is. The little things, right? Okay, so basically... Oh no, hold on. I haven't got it going. There's something not right with this. But look, there we go, the APU's killed itself as well. Those generators are all on. TCAS fail. Yeah, the radio's just gone dead. Let's come back again. What the hell is going on with this thing? Something's really not right. Yeah, it's all aligned, Kurt, but let's have a look at your thing in the crew room chat, because I'm on the verge of giving up on it. Alright, it's a line. Do you enter present position first in the MCU? Oh yes, no, we've done that. Bearing in mind we've jumped out, and let's go back into nav. Boss in it. It's loaded. Standby power's on. There's something deeper going into it that's not quite right, because I've got power here with the comms. Yeah, if I just bring up my V-Pilot on the whole display, look, I've got literally nothing. Where it says COM 1, COM 2, they've greyed out, they've completely gone dead. Yeah, I started up with ready for taxi this time. We'll go straight for ready for takeoff. But we tried this earlier, Jeff, before we restarted, and you know, we've restarted the sim as well in that time. Right, quick one then, folks. What are we flying? Because I can't be bothered with this. What do you want to see us fly? This is clearly not working. I was so excited for it as well. Okay, let's load there. Standby power on. Starship. Yeah, but I haven't installed the new Starship update, so I don't have that. Beta MSFS 2024 cut? No. No, I tend to avoid them, matey, if I'm honest. Right, let's sack it off. It's an hour wasted that we'll never get back, eh? Right. We'll figure that out another time. Something's not quite right with it. Right, so what options do we have then that could keep up? That I haven't got the latest update for. Could do a bit of Avro. Avro RJ. What about FSS E-Jets? It's been a while. Hold on, let me just see what liveries we've got. Have we got Qantas? What about they're so crap, these aeroplanes. Shall we fly these? See how they've changed or improved over the last however long. What do you guys reckon? Or we fly the Avro RJ. Right, go on then. Let's take a look. Right, everyone, most people are saying Avro RJ. Gotcha. Let's go for it. Let's see. Let's go for the RJ 100. I would just need to, when we load back in, I would need to check my. I'll have to check my actual kind of positions and things. Let's go to an actual stand this time. What have we got? 23, 2016. So I need to, yeah, I basically need to go into it and just double check that I've got things like my settings all ready to go for the quad jet that we're flying now. It's been a while since we've flown this. What the? Let's go to here, because it's reset the time again. Nighthawk saying there's a few people having the same thing. I wonder if they're all on MSFS 2024. RJ 1H. Right. Now I need to change elevatex. We are in the Whisper Jet. GWSRJ. Okay, that should be shown correctly now for you. Inertial reference system, I think, if I remember rightly, Dwal. Right, let's rock and roll. What do we got here? Yes, settings, throttle. So because this has got 4 engines, I think msfs 2024 is pretty good at recognising it. Well, I don't know what my new airplane's profile is. Oh, I'm on keyboard here though. Anyway, so Ryan joystick base, that's not going to be any different for the twin jets. And then we'll go to quad jet. There we go. It's automatically done that for us. Happy days. Right. Oh. Right. Bear with me. I've just realised something quite significant. I've set up a Simbury flight plan, but with the completely incorrect fuel load because we were taking the little jet, weren't we? So I've got to basically create a whole new flight plan for this. Arrival is going to be YMN 1H Avro RJ. Slightly longer block time though now, sadly. Book flight. Close those checklists. That's good. It's looking okay. 125.23. We need to pop in our flight plan routes for today. Annoyingly, I got I was going to be basically sent the new noise pack, the new sound pack for the Mad Dog yesterday, and I was like, well, there's no rush because today I'm flying the FlightFX Citation X for the first time. Very exciting. So I was like, yeah, don't rush. I'll look at doing it next week. Sign off spray, and then of course look what happens. I think that looks okay, so we'll just generate that flight, let it load through the Simbury server, then pull the data. I'll need to refresh. Actually, I don't need to refresh. Yeah, I do need to refresh Navigraph. Different fuel loading. And a whole different OFP. So that's good. 2-3, that's set. We'll go for a lock final approach. Huh. Unknown user ID. Okay, so it wanted that. That looks good. The aircraft, we can import the load. Right, let's get some power to the plane. What do we want here? Ground power. I feel like it's I'm back new again in the aeroplane. Battery, let's go. External power. That's good. They're on. That's on both. Happy days. Logo lights, no smoking. Cabin emergency lights, nav lights on. That's all good. We can leave the air conditioning on up there. That's good. That's all set as we want it. Fasten seatbelts. Ice detection on and regarded. That's all good. APU. I'm gonna pause the music. Get some dead APUs modes there, although I haven't got that on, have I? Pumps. Okay, right. Refuel instant. Instant.
Boarding is complete.
Oh yeah, Aaron, that'd be great, won't it? Very much looking forward to that. Right. Christ almighty. Okay, so we now need to go into the FMC. There's supposedly some big updates coming for this soon, isn't there? Oh yeah, down here. Get out of the way. Bloody thing. We are at gate 16 left. I'm very tempted just to go direct to Shellharbour. One of those days, eh? Happens every now and again. Right. Wyman BVX 165 because we don't seem to have the sim brief input for this yet. That's one of the big issues with this that they need to kind of solve, although it's coming in an update, like I said. So we're going to be doing Bendo. I was so excited to fly that Citation. And then it was Yankee 218 airway to Tindy. And then Yankee 53 to Alaxo. Whiskey 382 Essendon. Execute. Pop that on standby. That is on nav, good. Right, where is EFIS Master? EFIS Master, because I forget those all the time. What else do we have to do in the plane? Infinite data, of course. So 37.8. That's going to be FinRes plus alternate. Preview 1.2. And then cruise altitude now isn't 450, sadly. It is flight level 310. What a darn shame. Cruise winds 276.18. IC deviations -1. That'll do us. Transition altitude to 10,000 here. Executes. Index. So done that, done that, done that. Done the perf page. Oh, you know what? No, it's not in there. Init ref. Alright, departures, arrivals. Departures 23. Bendo 3. Then on legs, I just want to make sure we don't have Bendo twice. We don't, that's good. Okay, we're happy with that then. Right. My radios 125. Adelaide Tower, good evening. Osprey 165, ready to check.
Osprey 165,
okay.
Adelaide Tower, I've got your 555.
Thank you likewise, and we're on stand 16 left, Avro RJ 100 with Echo on board, requesting clearance to Melbourne Essendon, please.
Osprey 165, standby.
1027, 1027. Can't get in here to force the IRS. It's so fiddly. Well, that's stuck.
165 to Melbourne Essendon via Bendo flight plan route. Runway 23, Bendo 3 departure.
There we go.
Climb latitude 5,000, squawk 3737, and departure will be on advisory 122.8.
Cleared Essendon, runway 23, Bendo 3, squawk 3737, the initial climb's 5,000 and departure 1228, Osprey 165.
Osprey 1.
At this rate we'll probably just make it to Essendon. It'll take 5 hours to get there. Okay. they're flashing, which then means now that we're good, we're aligned. Happy days. There's the nav. So that's good, that's good. We need to set our transponder code 237 3737 11 all. Just because we get to see other bits. I'll put it on TARA now because I'll forget otherwise. Ground test, happy days. And departure 1228 is our second frequency pre-tuned, ready to go. Right, where were we? That's Essendon, that's the wrong part. So it's an RNAV departure, we're not tracking any VORs. Is the APU on? No. We're having problems in this as well today. Working down. Is the APU not working? Let's go to where is it? Turnaround.
Turnaround mode selected.
That should hopefully keep everything where it is. Good. Should force happy days the APU on. I reckon maybe I didn't have start power on or something. Okay. My goodness, what is happening today? Comms. Which comms though? Do I need to work out which one you're referring to there. It might be ATC, it might be me, I don't know, you'll have to tell me. Let's get those closed, we don't need them. And there we can close the door. We still got custom views, yes.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross-check.
Oh, now we're working, we're good. Right, so that's good. Just check the nav IRS lights over there, they're okay, that's all set. That's all set. Initial climb is to 5,000. We'll leave it to 10 because we're going to be heading straight off. Set flaps 18. That's giving us 134 on the speed bugs. A V2. We'll use Toga for our departure. Flight directors can go on. This needs to be 222. Okay, APU is online. Happy days. That means we can now clear the ground power. Call to park on yellow, so the parking brake is on. Chocks are off. Right, what do we got? Beacon lights on. Oh yeah, what a rush. 1, 2, 3. Make sure none of those have gone off now. We've changed the states. I just want to make sure that that's all good. Set accordingly. On and armed. On and on. They're all on. APU air is on. Heating systems are on. We need to put engine anti-ice systems on. And seatbelt signs. Right. And tower Osprey 165 is fully ready. Request push start.
Osprey 165, push approved.
Push approved, Osprey 165. Wash, it's always good, mate. It's a nice, reliable aeroplane. Nice and quirky, pretty cool. So we want to face north or east. I think it has a custom profile. But I'm not sure. It's reset my fuel pump. That's a point. It's also reset.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Our camera views. So we will pop that on. I haven't. I seem to have a very detrimental bug in my installation, Awash. Even after deactivating it, disabling it, enabling it, restarting the sim, I have complete IRS failure and electrical problems and things like that going on. So it's really clashing with something for me, sadly, and it is unusable, which is a real shame. Because I was very excited to check that out today. Oh, I know Dirty 2, right? Maybe it's the cue to stick with the airliners. Nose right, tail left, left. Nose left, tail right, right. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Park brakes off. We'll go with that one. Right, start, master. Oh god, what's the sequence for this? It's 4, 3, 2, 1, isn't it? APU airs on, packs are off. Start. Hello Centuria, welcome. Gotcha Dwar. The Yule. Has everyone else already got to? Where is everyone? Oh, everyone's so far ahead. No way. One of the guys is literally landing in Essendon. He's parked at Essendon. Oh no, that's Melbourne. What have we got? One of the guys just passed Hamilton, so he's almost there. Jeepers. Right, start. 3. He's long gone, Aaron. While we were fiddling around on the ground. That's 0, that's 0, that's 0.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake sets. Two. Oh, Ian, that's good going. So behind. We're literally an hour and a half in. We should be at Essendon now.
Left is clear, right is clear.
What happened with the Cessna Canadian Flight Simulator? I've basically got unusable bugs with my however it's installed. I think the streaming element of it seems to have caused some sort of problem. I've got no idea. But yeah, it just won't work. I've got IRS and electrical failure on it constantly, even after rebooting the sim and reinstalling it. Okay, right, engine 2 pump. One. Yeah, we tried. We gave it an hour of faff, and then I just thought, this is ridiculous, I give up. But hey, I'm kind of glad everybody's saying how great it is, but there are clearly some issues with it then that maybe not everybody is experiencing, but I certainly have today. And if you've had those same problems, sometimes it's nice to see it shown publicly. FS2024. We'll leave APU gen on. We'll leave that on as well. APU air, cabin air packs. Engine air's off. Ice detection needs to be on. The engine ice protection systems are off. They're all on. On. Yep, yellow and green. Yep, they're all locked in the right position. Right, so it's going to be flaps 18 on the big girl. Set that. Press the centre of gravity here to set our centre of gravity for our takeoff. And then we can clear that off. Right, so we're going to go left. I'm just going to do some joint control surface checks all at the same time for the purpose of saving time. We also want LNAV armed. At Tower Osprey 165, request taxi.
Very well, 65, taxi to holding point Bravo 2, runway 23, report ready.
Taxi to holding point Bravo 223, report ready, Osprey 165. I know I do have one waiting to put me in the fridge dirty too as well. In fact, chuffing neck. In all the... Okay, in 55 minutes, folks, can you remind me? I'm trying to bid on a fridge, a freezer. It's one of those days, isn't it? Where's my navigaph? Bravo 2. Taxi lights. Naughty me. Not shopping anymore. I've ordered one. And Tower Osprey 165's approach Bravo 2, we're ready for departure.
Osprey 165, runway 23, clear for takeoff.
23, clear for takeoff, Osprey 165. Where's my strobes? There they are. Most inconvenient location. Clear left, clear right. I mean, MKStudios Adelaide's very nice. We'll keep it rolling. So 222 to 10, 134 is V2. Order throttle arms. I've ordered an R1300 GS trophy, Canadian Flight Simmer. Very excited for it. 1st of September it will be delivered.
Cabin crew, please take your seats for takeoff.
A bit late, but I just remembered there is that. Right, anyway, let's punch it. We've got some time to catch up on.
Check thrust.
Cabin is secured for departure.
Thrust set. Airspeed alive.
We've got a little tiny little crosswind, 2 knots shouldn't be an issue.
80 knots. Go. Rotate.
In full.
Positive climb. 0 selected.
Here she goes. Cheers, thanks for waiting around as well. We'll go to advisory now. That's for 165, thanks. Good night. We did bumpy. Right, what have we got? Let's go to climb mode. LNAV, 134. Let's accelerate this to 180. We'll go around our level change. Doo-doo. That's good, that's good. Turn off lights off.
Speed checked. Flaps 0.
Set. Done. What am I forgetting? I don't think I'm forgetting anything. This has got an auto throttle on it. This is the RJ, not the other one. I forget what that is. We haven't got GSX fired up. When we get to Essendon, if we've got time to fly the second leg, we will do that. I can't turn the APU off. Weird. Right, let's start to get her moving, shall we? Get us to 250. I don't think this has the circuit breakers in it, mate, that work. Let's have a little look. No, they're not modelled. Let's just stop there for the APU. Even no matter what position that's in, it doesn't
Ladies and gentlemen,
do
cabin crew
anything.
have been released to begin their service, but please note that seatbelt signs are still on.
It's all going wrong today. Right, what have we got? Well, there is going to be, like I said, a big update for the Avro RJ, and coming soon, I think, from what I gathered on the JustFlight website the other day. Like Simbury fruit import and things like that, I think they mentioned, which is really great. No, unfortunately, Dwell, it's just like a blocker. It just goes left and right. There's no way for it to move down. Unless I go. No. I'm trying various things. It's not having it. The APU's running away, burning all the fuel. Oh well. We'll just have to burn loads of fuel today. $8,000. 10. We'll keep it going. Up to, is it 310? I think it was. Keep having in my head 430 or 450 for cruise, but yeah, we're not going that high today anymore. Interesting, Aaron says, are there any assist options on? When I turned my sim on today, it had reset all my assistance options. I can't really check that now, can I? Like without going into the menu. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to set climb power speed. Yeah, it looks great, doesn't it, Canadian VATSIM?
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has switched off the fasten seatbelt
Alright,
sign.
what have we got
You
here?
are free to move about the cabin.
12. We go to 1013. Do 9 and 9 and 2. Standby, instrument matches, happy days. Right, let's check in the menu to see if MSFS has had issues with the assistance stuff suddenly turning back on. Let's just have a little look, because I'm interested now. It might cause, might be the reason why we've got problems with the citation, but no, it's all there. No change there. Finally airborne. Onto 2A. That's all good. Ice detected. No, it's a good shout, Aaron, because that might have actually been the reason why we had the issues earlier as well, so thank you for pointing that out. Now in theory you shouldn't need engine anti-ice for climb, because we're blasting the power of the engines at max anyway. We got all those icing systems on. That's tired me out, that's my goodness. Back into a bit of cloud, still climbing, 1200 foot per minute, it's quite slow. That citation would have been an absolute rocket, it'd have been such good fun. Do you imagine if JustFlight did an Avro RJX expansion? Only prototypes were built, but sadly none were delivered. Yeah, that was when they were still they were trying to sell them, really, weren't they? But a lot of airlines were then seeing the benefit in just sort of twin jet Airbus A320s, and it was that kind of transition phase, really, where aeroplanes like the Avro RJ, they just ended up on the wrong side of the market. Remind me, can't hide that count. Oh no, we can. It's there. Jolly good. So we're still in L now. That ice detection is gone. 1, 2, 3. Oh, ice detected again, brilliant. I'm sure that might be a bug as well. Funny. Okay, right, so the arrival then, I'm just going to pre-tune it now so I can forget about it. We've got a couple of options. at Essendon. Runway 26 I think is probably the one. Oh, where have you guys all parked actually? Where are you all parking? That's probably a better question to ask, isn't it? Just going to bring up the charts for you guys when you're watching. There it is. Parking stands. Ah, okay, right. So it's the corner there. That looks very different to how I remember it. Then we last flew into Essendon. Yeah, I think it was the DC-6, wasn't it? It was about 4 years ago, maybe. I think we landed on 2.6. So actually, yeah, no, I do somewhat remember parking in that little apron there. Right, so I know where I'm going. Runway 26 is the one, and we're going to just configure for that lock 26 final approach. And we're not going to... yeah, let's do MOSFO. That'll do. Then from S down we'll have vectors to MOSFO. Giving us a double MOSFO there though. Better. Is that the scratch pad there? Turn that one off. Lovely. Straight away we get a little bit more power. Nice detected. We're going to disregard that and ignore it. What's we've got 40 minutes left of the flight. What an absolute mess. Oh dear. Oh, cheers, Dursey2. Thank you. Yeah, basically the reason the reason why I'm buying a freezer is because we're going to move Indy onto a raw diet. So we need to buy a freezer that we can put all of the different meats, her meals and stuff like that in. So when they're fresh, they're all frozen, and we defrost them, and she has them then after they've defrosted. So I need some extra freezer space. And it will just live in the garage basically. Yeah, she's got like an itch where she sort of scratches away a little bit now and again. We gave her a load of medication a couple of months ago to see if that would help at least stop the itching, and it did. But it's £100 a month for those pills. So over the course of the year, £1,200 on medication, and I'm not paying that. And it worked out that actually the raw diet is pretty much no different to the cost of what we're paying now for the very high quality dry kibble that she's on. She's a bit of a fussy eater, so she has some wet topper and a few other bits on it. How long's this flight time? Airtime 1 hour 11. Jeez, I think we're only going to get a chance to go to Melbourne today, folks, unfortunately. That 1 hour something delay at the end, well, at the start, has basically taken the entire length of that first sector. You're the set. That's insane. Oh dear. It is what it is. Dusty says, my mate's white hair Vizsla was very fussy and had problems with his coat and weird lumps forming on his back until he swapped to raw diet and all the problems went away. Yeah, everyone says the same sort of thing really. It's got to be a good raw diet. You can't just give your dog mints. That's not a raw diet. That's pretty poor and lazy, but the benefits are huge. And I'm pretty convinced now as time goes on that the dry kibble, even the very good quality dry kibble, is actually not good for the dog. Anyway, I say you get like lumps and things, all sorts of things, don't you, like form on them. Well, the thing is, there's so many options out there, it's really difficult to choose which one to get. You can get these really cool, so they're really cool. They're convenient basically. But you can get these pre-made packs, like 1 kilogram tubs, which would basically be one tub per day for her with her weight. But it's effectively everything they need. Some ground bone, heart, liver, kidney, and then whatever it is, like duck breast, chicken, whatever it might be. Loads of vegetables and cod liver oil, God knows what else, salmon oil, that sort of thing, all combined into one complete kind of meal, and then it's frozen there and then in the factory. And they've all got really good reviews, so we're looking at that sort of thing. And then it's convenient then because you can just open the tub, cut 500 grams worth out, scoop 500 grams worth out when it's defrosted for the morning. There's a breakfast, and then in the evening, bam, there's the last bit of the tub. Oh, JC, welcome. The whole of a Jet 2 waiting for gate bags. Very exciting. I hope we've got enough fuel to get to Essendon with the APU being stuck on. Information Alpha, welcome. It's not going smoothly today. For what it's worth. The Citation X refuses to work for me. It's very broken. Just going to check one thing, folks, in the settings. Just going to look for like something that might be connecting to like APU. What's joystick button 42? Let's get rid of that. the Bravo quadrant. Look at that. Yeah, that's it, Birdman. Marwan, hello, welcome. Interesting. Yeah, so that was one of the keybinds that I'd had an issue with, actually, to be fair. We'll see. When we get to Essendon, we'll switch back and we'll see what we get. That was a big tip, actually. So that APU starter that we've just had a little look at, that apparently, according to the FlightFX team, they've just been messaging me quite proactively. They've seen the issues that we had with the starter today. Want to go, and they have mentioned that that's been a bit of an issue. So if you have a Honeycomb Bravo, there is now a default keybind in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 within the Honeycomb Bravo keybinds that are just automatically assigned and generated for APU Starter, and that's what we've just taken out. But although they were in my quad jet profile, so we'll have to then do that on my twin jet profile if that's now in there, and that potentially is the cause of the problem. So thank you to the FlightFX team there for pointing that out. Working the problem. So when we get to Essendon, we'll have a little look to see if that's actually solved the problem. Uh-oh, that's 2. Which runway is it, by the way? 05 is always a good one. Let's whack her up to 7.4. If you're not clacking, you're slacking. Actually, remind me, what was the flight time from Essendon to Shellharbour? Or the total block time? Marwa, no, thank you very much for pointing it out. Sorry that's happened. I'm totally unaware of that keybind being there. So if you jump into the Citation, potentially, or any other jets like that, and you find that you can't turn the APU off, or you get a battery drain, something strange that you can't work out no matter what you try, uninstall, restart, the whole lot, and it still presents, have a little look to see if you've got an APU starter keybind generated in your throttle hardware keybinds, or something like that that might be causing an issue within the electrical systems. It might well be there's a random keybind that's caused the issue. It's very difficult, unless somebody's worked it out, it's very difficult to diagnose these things on your own, so I'm very grateful It's one of those things I'd possibly have worked out in good time, but I just had no time. So today it was just a dive in. Everyone seems to have had a smooth experience. I thought, dive in. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. It's always the way. So Tindy's there. Let's go. Expand the range. Alaxo. Let's go direct to Alaxo. Hopefully shave a wee bit of time off. Although in theory I'm not really convinced how much time I'd shave off, thinking about it. But we are kind of cutting a straight line. Right. So instead of, where are we? Instead of going down here now and following this airway, then routing up, we're just going to now go in a big straight line to Alaxo. No idea if it'll be quicker. It looks quicker. That's the beauty of Madeira, Dursity. Who's still on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020? Because there was a Sim Update 16 released the other day, wasn't there? I'm also hoping next week we can have a look at Impulse Simulations Port Lincoln, something like that, one of their newer airports that's coming soon. If not, it's already out. I'm not sure if it is already out. Yeah, I'm the same, Dirty too. I've kind of, ever since that, my sim in the last sim update, msfs 2020, it's kind of self-deleted itself, and then broke a load of files. I kind of removed all the rest of them from my computer entirely. And like you said, it forces you to then configure Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, doesn't it? So we're at 109. Decimal 9. It's going to be a course of 257 inbound. Hey Tapsy. Amazing. There you go, folks. Someone asked earlier at the start of today's live stream, the Osprey Airways liveries are now updated and compatible with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Thanks for the work, mate. How long have they said that they're going to support MSFS 2024 Nighthawk? Are they going to continue though with those big world updates and the big sim updates for the next 3, 4, 5 years? Because I think I remember them saying they would support it initially for 5 years, off the top of them. I might have been thinking of something else entirely, not just MSFS. Can't remember now. Well, hey, top of descent in a little while. So I need to remember in this, because it's been a little while, when we get towards the ILS we need to pop that to VL mode in order to fly the localizer. That's all good, we don't need to faff with those. There's no auto brake, we'll need to make sure we go toga on the descent for the thrust reference system thing, the module over there. And then we'll do flap 30 or flap 33. We'll do flap 30, 123 for the VREF. What's the weather in Melbourne? Three 205. No cloud. QNH 1030. Wow. I suppose it's the depths of winter, isn't it, for Australia? It's like their February. 8 degrees, 325. Bit of a crosswind. Clock time 1 hour 30. I'm just taking a look at the route to Shellharbour just to see if we can make the second leg work. S-Dan ML H129 Bosal Yankee 59 Aaron Juliet 42 Wall Polygon. It's a scheduled block time 1 hour 30. It doesn't tell us how long we'll be in the air for, but it's a quick jet, isn't it? So probably an hour. Ooh, thanks, Dirty too. Alpha Bravo, hello. I was in it, I think, was it last week? Oh no, that was the mighty A321. It was the week before I was in the iFly. Then the 737, then the A319, then the iFly Max 8 again. Yeah, it's a cracking aeroplane. I do enjoy the 737 MAX 8. Very good product they've given us. In a minute, I'm probably going to go direct S-Dan. And what I might do is I might build the descent so that effectively we'll be coming in hot. And then we'll see how quickly we can hand fly and stabilise the jet as we go in, I reckon. QNH 1030 is pretty high. Yes, what's the landing elevation? Need that. That's going to be 282. Let's see how far we can get. 300 will be closest. In auto. Oh, Ian, yeah. I was just looking at them actually. They're at Melbourne proper, not Melbourne Essendon. They were at Melbourne International Airport. You guys are so far ahead. Maxing this thing out. If I get a tad closer towards top of descent, I think, yeah, I will just do direct to S-Dan and just see what happens. That way, I'm thinking we get in a bit quicker. We can try and maybe jump into the Citation X for one more try. See if that keybind was the source of all our problems. I have a feeling it might have been. Oh, nice little tailwind. Helping us along. Yeah, I added it just today, Ian, so the Citation X is on New Sky for any of you to use inside Osprey Airways if you wish. Are you in it today, Ian? Nice. Can't go wrong with the max. So he's only ground. Let's go. Correct S-Dan. Send it. What's going on here? Go. shove my top of descent further forwards there. Right, down to 3. It's quite the shortcut we've just given ourselves there, because that's we can zip through that pretty quick. Oh no, we are 45 minutes in actually. What have we got? That's on 1099, 1099, that's on 257, 257. There's me banana. We'll keep the speed up for as long as possible. Got the Melbourne City Pack installed, so we'll get some hopefully good sights on the way in. That little protection there's kicked in. We're pushing this right to the edge today. Might be I'll just have to crack the clamshell out a little bit. I have to watch it like an absolute hawk. Because I know if I take my eyes off and just have a little look outside for a minute. We'll end up maxing it out. Right. Strap in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has switched on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please return to your seat and fasten the seatbelt.
Okay, so we've got actually a little bit of room to play with here. Maximum performance. There's 2-2. Because there's going to be an element where we're going to have to level off near 10 to start bringing the speed off. See how close we can get to the line again. Bring the range ring in. do is we'll set up 105 degrees. 105 degrees for a bit of self-vectoring. The missed approach for the airport of Essendon, for this at least, goes south. So my theory is if we go south it will all be good. 5 minutes, thanks. Jeepers, I'm not paying that much, it's just jumped up to 200 quid. Someone really wants that. What should that be with all the fees? £310 with the fees. Bugger off. $36 plus 30. So bad. So it should be 130 quid brand new. Why though is it broken? Jesus, that's really broken. I was about to bid on that. Not good, is it? I'm trying to fly a plane. That was in 14. Got 1500 feet per minute. Elevatex may have stopped tracking my fire. Oh, it has. There's some weird stuff going on today. MPS, what was the leg time to Shellharbour, mate? That should be fixed now for you guys, by the way. The overhead panel thing. Right. Decel time. Down to 250. Thankfully, this thing's like it's basically like deploying a parachute out the back when you extend the air brake. Yeah, how long is your flight time to Shellharbour, MPS? There's basically there's a website called John Pye, and there's loads of like display stock, all sorts of things like that end up going to that company to then auction off at really big discount prices. But this freezer, big tall freezer, it's worth £800, and earlier it was about 120 quid. But there's damage on the door, and there was like a dent on the side. Albeit on the outside, so it doesn't really necessarily mean anything. But it just rocketed up to like £310. Plus 40 quid delivery, so 340 quid effectively. So you're paying half price, albeit, but you've got a damaged freezer. Don't know if it's worth 350 quid. That in. Landing lights, runway turn off lights. La la la. That's literally so fast decelerating. Right, QNH 1030, very high pressure. Ta-da. Yeah, Dursty, I bought some things on there before, it's really good. This guy's saying just over an hour from Essendon to Shellharbour. The thing is, for 120 quid I can just buy a brand new one, albeit smaller. Some of you might know how to do this, right? If I show you this, this is effectively, we're going to buy 25, 30 of these a month. Stand by. It's getting close to busy period, so better hurry up with this. So maybe I'll do this on like a split screen so that I can actually still keep an eye on things. How do you work out how big that 1 kilogram tub is in litres without any measurements? You can't, can you? You have to have kind of the measurements of the thing so that you can work it all out. But it doesn't tell you anywhere. So I've been trying to work out, if I bought 30 of those to last a month, one per day, how many of those 1 kilogram tubs would I be able to fit into a 37 litre freezer, for example? Or 42 litre freezer? But it looks like the same size as like an ice cream tub, doesn't it, really? Good effort, MPS. Part of me thinks it's just easier to get a chest freezer and then, you know, throw everything into the chest freezer, job done, stack it all, pick out the ones you want, job's good. And it might actually be easier if it's tubs. Get rid of that, let's go there. Right, so we should have Melbourne proper coming into view. I can't believe in the time it's taken us to get here, MPS has already finished both legs. That's incredible. Get it back to 250. Yeah, it weren't working. We think we found the solution though, MPS, though, in fairness. We think we found the problem. Thanks to Ormeter and Marwan from FlightFX, actually, who have seen the issues that we had earlier. So we will try the thing that we've fixed. But basically, it could just have all been a problem caused by my Honeycomb Bravo. What's voyage, Grant? There's proper Melbourne Airport down here somewhere. In fact, that is it though, I think. Packing density. Essendon traffic, Osprey 165, RJ 100 inbound for the ILS runway 26 approach. We'll be routing over the fields and then visually flying the approach. We'll report turning final. Melbourne Essendon traffic. There's Melbourne International Airport. Which interestingly hasn't loaded in, but I'm pretty sure I've got the Orbex Melbourne. Is it Orbex Melbourne? One to go. So, what about 30 of those 1 kilogram things, Grant? So it's a bit beyond me. I don't know how. It's a 61 litre undercounter freezer. 61 litre freezer should easily accommodate 30 tubs, 1 kilo tubs, right? Or am I risking oversimplifying it entirely? Right, so there is Melbourne International Airport, which hasn't loaded in, so maybe I don't have a Melbourne International. How strange. Pretty sure I've got the Orbex one. Don't know what's happened there. And there's Essendon. Ta-da! Now we've got the Melbourne City Pack down below. Very nice. Right, 3000. Autopilot off. Let's hand fly. We need the APU on. Landing lights, runway exit lights, lights and signs, that stays on. They're all good, they're all good. Get rid of the music. And we'll roll left. Allow us to just trickle down towards 2,000 feet. Potato Harry, welcome, morning. Yeah, it's 1 kilo tub. So 60 should be fine anyway then, shouldn't it, on that basis, right? Set to 2,000. Well, yeah, I could do, I suppose, for the first time we do it, Nighthawk. If you buy in bulk, it's significantly cheaper. Lots. It's like almost a third less. Why do we have no ILS? Because I haven't put VL mode on. Ugh. Right. Now I've lost visual reference with the airfield, but that's okay. We're going to want to do probably 077 degrees, because that would be the opposite to 257. Just dithering around here. I'm going to pop APU on, that off. Yeah, love it, Grant. Thank you. So basically, you reckon the 60-something litre freezer will be absolutely fine for 30 kilos of 1 kilogram tubs. What's our DME? Where is it? 7.6 at 8. Yeah, cool. Right, let's just turn in. Saying them at 1,500 and something. Flaps 18. Just bringing it down to 1,500 feet. Put the throttle off.
Speed checked. Gear down.
Oh, crikey. Where's the airfield? I can't see it in the sun. Bloody hell. Right. Let's gear down and 3 green. So we've got 2 more stages of flaps.
Speed checked. Flaps 24.
Need more power for this bit to counter the forces. Flaps being a big old windbreaker. We'll start to turn in a bit early. Essendon traffic, Osprey 165 is turning final for a visual approach runway 26 Essendon. Bite off more than I can chew here, trying to rush everything. What's tricky here actually is it's almost like a trick of the eye because you've got Melbourne International as well. Anyway, we've blown that, but we're coming in short low, so we're okay. $121. Well, hey. Bit of a gust there throwing us about. Caught it. Rightio. What's our DME? 5. Oh, we'll just get the speed back up. So this is the plan, folks. We get her on the ground. We've got an 8 knot crosswind, so from left to right. A little bit of a grab going on. And what we're going to do, yeah, we're just arriving at Essendon MPS. What we'll do is we'll load into the Citation X once we've parked this up and shut her down, checked our New Sky store. And then we will set up for a flight on New Sky just to see what we get. 9 knot crosswind. And then hopefully try and get to Shellharbour very late. Essendon traffic, Osprey 165, short final, 26 to land. Yeah, the MKStudios Adelaide was very nice, has to be said. Really nice airport scenery. Hold on. Got the wrong configuration of flaps there. There we go, flaps 30.
Cabin is secured for arrival.
Tar much. 10 knot crosswind now, left to right. Coming in hot.
$500. Minimums.
Continue.
100.
Air
that's
brakes
a-
out.
1 kill
Light
runway
slope.
there.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Holding her off.
Ground idle. Spoilers yellow and green.
Whoa, that's a lot of rudder.
Brake pressure checked.
My intention
60
was to
knots.
vacate there, but we've ended up using the entire runway, I think. Always the way. It is only 1,921 metres in fairness. Okay, flaps up. The home of Orbex. Bit of a funny one really, because Orbex have been really off the radar for some time now. Very few releases. Robes. That's it. Rest of traffic hospital 65 is vacated hotel. Knot crosswind I think, Birdman, but that doesn't seem like it was that. That seemed a lot stronger. There it is, flicking away anyway. Hey Jack, welcome buddy. No worries at all. Well, I mean we're we're an hour and a half late into Essendon anyway. What a stream. I messaged Ashley earlier and I was like, it's like amateur hour for everybody watching, so I do apologise. We've had nothing but problems today, but we're getting through it. What an inconvenient place to dump helicopters. Right, left Papa. Round we go. The Citation X wasn't working properly for me, basically. But it turns out it might have been one automatically assigned keybind from msfs 2024 in my Honeycomb Bravo. So we're going to park her up, we're going to dive back in. Dive back in and see what we get. Hence the speedy taxi. Gentle braking at the end though. That's bosh. I wouldn't have felt a thing. Just sheer performance. I think that's all good. Yeah, it looks good. Well done. Right, 1, 2. Oops, literally 2. It's all going wrong today. 3, 4. Right, let's see how that sporty arrival has destroyed our score on New Sky, shall we? We were tracking the flight today. Well, yeah, to be fair, we got massively dragged off the edge there, didn't we? But hey ho, teeny weeny profit. Let's work on getting into. Finish the flight and elevate tax, good. Right, let's get out of here. Main menu. Let's get into the Citation X. Let's see if that has solved our problem. The aim here is going to be get airborne in 15 minutes. Citation. Bam. We'll do that one over there, so we can hopefully just taxi straight out. 6 PM-ish. I need to check the settings again because I've gone from quad jet back to a twin jet aeroplane. So I just need to make sure the keybinds for the Bravo are set correctly, and then make sure we've got rid of the rudder. No, the APU starter switch. Let's go again. God damn it, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Why does it do that? Jeez. Right. Quickly pause, because the APU starter I think is already kicking in by the sounds of it. Bravo. Throttle quadrant. And it should now go back to twin jet. Yep. And then we search APU for that. That may well be, apparently, the cause of all the problems. Silence. If this works, which I'm probably sure it will, I'll feel right stupid. Daytime. Radio. Okay. Interesting, ground power's greyed out. Let's get rid of the covers. RS speed's constant. Okay, what we're going to do is get her fired up. Don't have ground power by the looks of it, so we will pop the batteries on, and then we'll see if we can start up. Here we go, this looks better. That, I think, was the cause of everything. So where are we? We're YMen, and we're going to YSHB. Oh, what? No, YSHL. And I am. It says hello, everybody. Private jets, very exciting, she says. Right, let's get the route. That's gone back to norm. 101. Jolly good. Backs on. Okie dokie. Get let's see, I'm trying to multitask here, bear with. I've got to sort out the routing. Oh yeah, that'd be why. There we are, happy days. Good, 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 good. Armed. Off. Open. On. Right. Do like that, that's very cool. Right. Okay, let's go to weights. Sim brief imports, good. Flight plan. I'm going to go to nav, sim brief, flight plan recall. Departure 26. Oh, do we want Essendon 8? Is that even a thing? What is that? Let's have a quick look. We're looking good though. Oh, it's telling us 1-7 now actually. So we go to departure 17. What is the Essendon 8? Just departure straight out. Yeah, straight out. Then vectors. Arrival Shellharbour. It's weird, right? Because the flight plan here. Yeah, well, I'm sure it's fine. Let's go for it. 1228 switch. Essendon traffic Osprey 165, ready to check.
515.
Thanks. Looks like we're in on the citation. Now ready. Look at this. Very exciting. Okay. So now I can change the title back. So flight level 390 is going to be our cruise this time. 390, so about there. Let's set up some lighting as we want it. FMS, FMS, all the bearing modes. They look good. Those lights are armed. So departure's done. Perf in it. Next. Transition again is flight level 100. Flight level 390 for cruise. We'll see if we can reach it. Hopefully we do. It's a short leg though. And then sync EFB. Confirm minutes. Takeoff. Right, we need to change those. Kilos, hectopascals. There seems to be a way for you to save that. But hey ho. 1031 for the QNH, wow. leave that as it is. That's 15. Good, there we go, that's set. Got direct 2s. Nav is all ready to go. Perf data. Alright, let's send it, shall we? Just see what happens. So, parking brake, I don't know where that button is. I've got the emergency brake here, but I don't know where the parking brake is. And I just need to bring up my checklists that I downloaded earlier. So I can refer to the checklists and the manual as we fly along. So that's good, that's good, that's good. That's all set. And then we've got start tracking. I think we're there, guys. So no push, just get us started. Might wind the time back because I don't want night time. Push yet. Oh, the flight directors, where were they? Here, lovely. And then we want to also set initial climb. Right, so it's only 1,000 feet, so we'll wind up to 10. So altitude 10. Heading on the departure 166. Very easy to get your make your way around. Remind me, if anyone, from when we were talking about this before, where do you illuminate? Okay, so the nav goes through there as a cycle. FMS1, FMS2. Review. Nice. Yeah, well, how do you turn up standby instruments? Right, doors are closed. Engine start checked. So parking brakes on, ICAS checked. RS aligned, no flags. 1031, 3045, standby gyro is uncaged. Altimeters are set, clearance is briefed, flight directors are set, FMS programmed, fuel quantities checked. Pressurization system, we set that a second ago. Pack isolation valves. Closed. Passenger safety lights on. I'm going to pop the packs off, just in case. Hydraulics checked, engine left, start. Pulled the sim brief route in, hasn't it? And what it's done by the looks of it is set SDAN as a as our departure. But I'll just leave that as it is because we just risk breaking it otherwise. Yep, it's an idle. Left that in cut off by accident while I was looking at the other bits. Right, generator. Reset. On. I like to reset them first. Oh. Right, so they should do it. Yeah, we set the departure. There it is. What's the wind here? .56. I swear it had RV speeds earlier. Auto. Yeah, it does. Right. So. Link CDI, altitude. Weather off. That's all set. Taxi lights on. Let's just go for it. That's all set. Where's the next bit? So we need to pop the right generator on. I think it's already on, but I'm just going to reset it, make sure it's reconnected. Speed brakes, check those. Jolly good. Versus. Lovely. Where's my tablets?
Essendon traffic on 3121 Delta, established on the ILS for T6.
Okay, chock's gone. 10,000, heading select mode. Essendon traffic, Osprey 165's Cessna Citation X in the GA apron. We're going to be taxiing to the hold point at Tango runway 17 Essendon. Okay, park brakes off. I'm going to do a quick left and right of the rudder. I'm going to get away from that silly Microsoft Flight Simulator thing. And then what have we got here? Let's see. It's a very nice animation.
Taxi to runway 17 via Mike. Cross runway 17, November, Papa, Romeo and Tango. Essendon traffic.
Nice light textures coming through here. Crazy one keybind can cause so many problems, right? Right, should we do flaps 15, wasn't it?
5 mile sign off runway 26.
Gotcha, Matthew. Hello, mate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Have you been, Jack? It's been a while. Ah, there's our V-speeds now on the display. That's what I was looking for earlier, because we had it earlier. If we can turn, what else? Anti-ice is required. Wing X overs off. Let's get the probe heats on. Windshield heating on.
Cessna traffic off 311 Delta on 3 mile sign on runway 26.
Transponder. $2,000. Have to go first officer for a second. Max. So right, we've got flaps 15, indicated 15. Go for full length of Tango. V speeds are set. Takeoff brief is completed. When you turn the APU off, that's not even in the checklist. I'm going to do that now. Same with isolation valve. It's closed. Doesn't tell you if it should be closed or if it should be shown as anything else. Gonna pause there. Right, what have we got here? So lights, tail fluid we don't need. And then we've got the landing lights down here. Essendon traffic, Osprey 165 from Tango, line up, runway 17.
Essendon traffic off 311 Delta, vacate.
Right. Let's see. Jack, nice. I've ended up kicking off with my accountant. They've miscalculated all my stuff about 4 times to the point where they've buggered up my tax code, and I've now had to pay initially the correct amount, and then they've recalculated it and realised I haven't paid 600 and something pounds, and then in that time I've now incurred interest because I haven't paid the payment by the 31st of July. So I've ended up putting together a massive complaint about their sheer incompetence. And I put on there, I was like, yeah, my accountant has cost me £1,000 this year. My previous accountant, who I left because he gave me some bad advice a few years ago, only charged me like 120 quid for the year just to do my self-assessment. And I was like, I should have just stuck with them. Right, I think my toga button on my thing should still work, right? There we go, take off. Lovely, says toga's working. And Essendon traffic Osprey 165's taking off. Runway 17, Essendon 8, radar departure.
And Essendon traffic Osprey 2 lining up behind this party.
It's definitely not quite pulled this in properly because it thinks that that's all thing. So we're just going to fly blind for this first bit. Anyway, right. Let's go for 50%. Engines look good. Oh, it's calculated to flex. No takeoff, it says. I don't know why. we'll just smash it and go. We've obviously missed something. That rotation's really nice. Positive rate, gear up. I have no idea what that no takeoff was for. That might be it. Free flight, FFX a keel. That might have been the no takeoff warning that I got. Right. Let's bring it to climb. I'd like there to be like a... Okay, so there's takeoff, there's climb. I'd like there to be like a click, just to make things a little easier. So we want heading mode, right level change, yaw damper, autopilot A. Then we're going to go heading left. Flaps. Need to increase the range of my nav display in a mo. Set up range is going to be that one. Lovely job. So we're route to Essendon. From Essendon. Probably hope if I bring the range ring in a little bit though for that, so we make sure we hit it. We'll see Ian down below us. We're blasting through the cloud. 6,000. Let's keep it going. 39, wasn't it? See, one of the things with this is it flies so fast. Minimums, barrow set. Doesn't seem to be, unless I'm really missing it, doesn't seem to be a place where you can change the speed mode. There we go, vertical speed. Down there somewhere, Ian. We're up though, finally. Happy days. Oops, nav. Jack says, well, that's ridiculous. The trouble is the accountancy competence still ends up being the customer's responsibility to fix. It's a joke. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, you can complain to their like industry body and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, they're a bit of a law unto themselves from what I've gathered. Really not impressed. Well, I've told them they can at the very least deal with sorting out the... Just sort this out, hold on, so sorry. 2 seconds. 2,000 feet per minute. Are we in climb? Or are we in cruise? Okay, yeah, we're in climb. Just looking at that bit there in the fan. Also look at your departure chart, it seems like you just fly away heading until a certain altitude. Yeah, 1,000 feet and then you turn. Which is basically what we did. Right, just quickly check the checklist here. So that's all good. TARA, that's fine as well. So gear up, flaps up. Let's go all the way, flaps up properly. See how she accelerates now with the clean airframe. We need standard pressure, so we just press that, that's pretty good. Landing lights are off. Taxi lights are on, climb thrusters set. APU off at climb check 18,000 feet, there we go. Passenger safety off. Okay, so it's these little things that you kind of pick up the more and more you fly these aeroplanes. But you know what? I'm glad to be in it now. Oops, sorry. So what we got in here? PFD, single cursor, inches of mercury of hectopascals, multifunction display, traffic or terrain or both, so we'll have both on. Oh, that vertical profile's pretty snazzy. I like that, that's pretty cool. Let's see how that sorts out the speed. And then wind. X, Y, or vectors. We'll leave it on X, Y. Main ET, so that's like the elapsed time. ICAS systems. There's a lot of stuff in here. Look at that. Oh. So, let's see if we settle into climb a bit better. I'll set flight level change at 286 so it can sort out the vertical speed for me. Says. Let's go for a walk then, because this is a real cool aeroplane and we enjoyed it earlier when we had a little look around, right? It's got all these little lights and things set up. Tray tables. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. I thought I'd selected... Oh, you know what? It didn't save it, did it? Let's go to the tablet. So in config, cabin layouts, you can choose plated dinner. There it is. Very nice. Figs, brie, and some very nice bread. Pizza. It's a pizza. Nice. Massive tomatoes though. Then a boxed lunch, packed lunch. Oh, we're flying private. Let's put the brie back in there. Or we fly them from A to brie. Right. What else have we got interactivity wise in here? Seen him before. So now all of them seem to have the food, only the one at the front. Then we've got toilet. Nothing really works in here though. Not that that is a thing that matters. Some developers of course will have like a toilet flush or something like that. It's like snazzy, but no, alas. No pooping today. Yeah, look how great this looks. Set up a whole load of custom views so we can see really nice angles. Yeah, amazing support from FlightFX because they were sitting there and they've worked out that actually my hardware being a Honeycomb Bravo has a automatically assigned keybind, which has caused our problem today. And sure enough, it was. It's a shame it didn't come like quicker. But these things are hard to diagnose, right? They've got to look through all the stuff. But we could have done the 2 sectors with it. Two 6. Let's go out. Look at that. Need to change the rotation speed. It's slowed itself down. Another problem with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 that doesn't go away. It's done it again, hasn't it? Nice contrails. Look how great. I mean, it looks fantastic, doesn't it? It sounds pretty good as well. So if I can get my head around this, I think I'd actually start to really enjoy flying this more and more. And bear in mind, we've just thrown ourselves into it. Sure, we might not have necessarily followed the checklists and the flows amazingly well, like particularly precisely. However, we've got in 15 minutes, got everything set up, and got airborne. That's pretty amazing. We can turn the recognition lights off, and they're those little ones in the wings there. So we need to move the heading bug around, but you can just push to sync, like the CRJ, and that will then snap it to your current direction of travel, which is really good. Yeah, it's a nice, cool looking jet, Jack. So as I said before, this is effectively available only on the MSFS marketplace, and I've said previously I'm not a fan of that, but it is what it is. They've obviously done a deal with Asobo, worked out that, you know, for whatever reason, it's going to be done that way. Not sure why, but it is what it is. Who are we to judge? The only caveat for me is, you know, we must get updates quickly. Ooh. So it's going to be runway 34. MPS, what was the approach you said, mate, a second ago? Yeah, great coordination, Aaron, there, with you coming in on final approach. Trying to find out which where your chat message was earlier. Perhaps updated. I can't find it. Yeah, you said you had like some sort of transition into. It's further up, wasn't it? Before I landed, right? There you go. Runway 16, WO2ND. It's very like whisper quiet in the jet, isn't it? Very nice. What am I looking for? SHL. Okay, so we got winds 270 at 5. H1030. That should, standby instrument needs to be on 1013 as well. I wish they were linked. That would be good to have. There's the Metar in the live chat for you folks. I do need to sort this out though. So when we get to Iran, it's probably going to be top of descent. Airport information. Yeah, runway 16. So we'll have a bit of crosswind ahead for us by the looks of it. Small but really nice approach, MPS says. Did you do the RNAV or did you do the NDB? The WO, I have to scroll back up now. WO2. ND. Got it. Why would it be that one? Yeah, because you route out of the coast and then round. Yeah, like it. Cool, got it. Right, this is what we're going to do then, folks. Navograph. So buzzing along finally at a blistering pace. We're going to level off shortly at cruise and we'll let her get right up towards 300 knots. We're doing Mach 0.87 in the climb at the moment. It's amazing. Routing towards lovely Shellharbour, which is a world update, Australia World Update included airport, I believe. So it's not payware or anything like that. But yeah, flying over the Wollongong NDB of 239 effectively, and then routing out over the coastline. We'll probably basically aim for the coast itself before turning onto that waypoint there, Wollongong 2ND, and then turning inbound for runway 16. I'm not sure how capable this is in relation to RMP approaches. I would imagine the real jet can do it, but what we're going to do is set work out the arrival nav as we fiddle about. Runway 16. Approach RNAV 16. Wollongong 2ND. No star. Activate. Discontinuity. That's okay. So we've got Iran, CB, Wollongong. At 2NI, we need to be at 3,700 feet. Oops. She's a quick one. I'm getting so distracted. Right. Okay, so that's our cruise gate now. That's the top of our cruise gate. We're doing Mach 0.913. I'm just going to bring the power back because I don't want to trigger that. I want to find the right N1 to just steady the speed there. That looks alright, 89%. Done. S Paces, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. So we're 39. That's good. Happily at cruise. Cruising at 92 on display there. It's 89.4, 89.2 for the M1. It's activated half bank there. So what are we doing? That speed looks pretty stable now. Those are all in, so we're happy with that. So therefore our VNAV profile should in theory be good. And we've got our descent bins ready to go. So if I go to Perth, landing, that metal was 270 at 5. I could throw that in there. Outside air temperature 11. Dew point's 11 as well, so we could potentially see reducing visibility there. The QNH 1030 is very, very high. Bottom of descent altitude, I think, wasn't working. So yeah, we're pretty good. I mean, in fairness, This is actually really quite easy to fly. If you get the problem we had at the start of the stream, even though that was mega frustrating because I just couldn't work it out, then it was the Honeycomb Bravo. You go into the settings and you search for APU, and you'll see that there's a random button on my Honeycomb Bravo hardware that's been automatically assigned by Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 to be the APU starter, and that was the root of all the problems. But we're up. Thinking about getting down though. What have we got? So we'll have to set the altimeter, set the minimums. I wonder if I could do that now. We'll go for 640. Quite a high minimum. It's okay. $640. That's nicely stable now. So there's lots of little things, little cool bits like these. Winelandia Vineyards, Napa Valley. Little custom trays like we saw earlier on. It's always worth having a little look at these in case you see some random little Easter eggs. Ooh, nice. Popty ping. Let's move the time. Whoa, crikey, what happened there? Changing the time has made the weather go crazy. Oh well, we'll leave it as it is, like that for a second, just to have a look at some of these lights. So we will turn floodlights down. Look at that, very nice. So it depends on what you want to get out of your simulator experience, really. It depends what sort of flying you might want to do as well, for example. So if you're wanting to just fly helicopters, bit of general aviation, that sort of thing, then kind of have a look at those. Dim, very nice. Off. I'm going to have a quick look at the manual just to see. So there's a tutorial flight performance tables, airframe, system detail with state saving, persistent settings per variant, throttle cue, which we have just to help us see where our hardware is. Weather radar. Weather radar radar returns as shown on the multifunction display, which becomes the radar indicator whenever weather is selected. Well, we've selected it, but it says off. Ah, gotcha. MFD weather. There, that button there. So now we've got weather on. Although I don't think we've got much weather. operate the radar in weather mode to assess thunderstorm activity. Along the route, use terrain mode only when precipitation masking is not a concern and you need topographical cues. Green lights show rain, yellow moderate activity, red heavy precipitation, magenta highlights the most severe cells. It's a very detailed manual, it's 138 pages. No takeoff memo. The system monitors aircraft configuration before every departure. When it detects a takeoff critical condition such as flaps, slats or trim outside of the approved bands, flight controls not centered, or a major system fault, it posts no takeoff in the alert window. If the throttles are below about 60 degrees, the message appears in cyan, serving only as advisory. You advance it through 60 degrees, the message escalates to flashing red warning with master warning, flashing lights and repetitive chime, which is what we had earlier. Acknowledging the warning stops the flashing text and extinguishes the master lights, but the chime and steady red message remain until every causal condition is cleared. Conditions to check if you see no takeoff crew alert message. Parking brake on, spoilers above 1 degree, elevator trim not in the takeoff position, flaps not in the takeoff position. Airspace, well, if you prefer private jets and military aircraft more than airliners, then have a look at the marketplace for this. This is the FlightFX Citation X, and it is well worth having a little look at. It depends on what hardware you've got. So what do you have to control your flight simulator with? Because I had basically a hardware problem at the start of today's live stream. Look at the detail there. I had a hardware problem at the start of today's live stream, and that caused loads of problems, which meant that it just wasn't working. But we then found the problem, which was just a keybind. And now it's very effortless to fly. Very quick as well. Still doesn't say anything about bleed air or anything like that. Probably have to look at the full checklist to work out precisely how to deal with like the isolation valve and that sort of thing. What WeMac boost might be, and so on and so forth. Ah, bro. Yeah, enjoy it then. Get something like this, you'll be fine. Great news. The descent performance page, accessible at any time during the flight or on the ground by a perfect descent, offers vital information for managing your descent. Bottom of descent altitude represents the altitude of the first anticipated level off. So what I said earlier, unable. Descent. I want to set that to key not active. Right. It's in the manual as if it works. So the landing data page, we go landing, next, landing data, gives you a little bit of crosswind information, and then on page 2 you get your approach speeds, so 121, 116, approach, 116 for VREF, so that's a good way of checking that later on. As we get a bit closer, burn a bit of fuel off, we might get that help us kind of work it all out. Very conscious I don't want to lose the sunlight here. Yeah, Jeff, I did. It was the ghost keybind that had set itself that was ruining our lives, and I've got to say, it is pretty cool. Yeah, but you get that S-pace. I do understand that. Practice. Just keep practicing. Keep dusting yourself off. You'll get better with time. If you follow tutorials for the aeroplanes that you quite like flying, then typically you can kind of work out what you might be doing a little bit wrong. For example, ways to improve for the next flight where you might have a bit more success. That sort of thing. It's got a really weird, like, fat belly underneath, hasn't it? That, like, by the looks of it. It's a very strange, cool profile to the jet. This is so fast. Like, we're almost we're at Canberra already. Canberra's down below. Canberra's down there. What was the time in MSFS? A lot of cloud down there. Yeah, flying directly over Canberra Airport. Speed's just on the edge of the red again. Oh, we're not going to see it. What is the shortest runway that this thing can land on? Pretty small, I would imagine, right? I can fly holds. "15 minutes to Shellharbour." It's so quick. So fast. That wants us at. We better start getting down. Crikey. Right, altitude. Let's set it. We'll go for. What are we doing at the minute? 3.9. So we'll do 11. Bloody thing. That's such an annoying click spot thing. Where it jumps 1,000. It's meant to be easy, but it's sometimes you end up filling more times just trying to get it to work. Right. Vertical speed mode, let's do it. Awesome sounds. If I want to be at WO2ND, it's 3,700, the airfield is there, then 5,000 is probably a good one to aim for to be over Wollongong, so we'll go for 4,500. Gives us a bit more time to sort out the energy of the aeroplane, I think. 230 knots at that point. Landing data, flaps 35, 121, 116, lovely. There we go. That QNH, what was it? It was 1030. Let's got that script down there. That's all good. Right, where's that checklist gone? Descent. Okay, so the descent checks aren't until transition, but we'll call that out nearer to 11. No radio set, approach briefing complete. There's no mention of transition altitude for approach. Oh. I like this. This is cool. Gotta get it on the ground though. Sean, good evening to you. Welcome. Thank you for the ATC as well. Much appreciated. It's a frustrating start to the stream for sure, but we're getting there. This has been very fun. Now we're in the air, this has been really nice. Fuel's good. 30 kilos less in the left tank though, but that should be fine. So we've got minimum set. Nav radios we don't really need. We're on 1228, and what else? Where is? That'll be why. So we can set an ADF of 239 perhaps for Wollongong. $239. We got some weather cells there for the weather radar. Crikey, we are absolutely hooning it towards the airfield. Got very quiet. That almost like there's a step change in the sound. Around 40. Actually thought I'd cut the engines off somehow then. So we've got 1020, which is that. Oh no, 1030 for the QNH. Let's get that set ready to go. Happy days. So we're a bit higher than we actually realise. Look at that. We're doing an assault descent. Okay, so we've got minimum set, we've got nav radio set, approach briefing, we've completed that. Have we completed that? I can't remember. Let's go through it again just in case. Right. So, overflying the airfield, press Wollongong, we're going to then bust out over that way, push, big arrow. And we're going to route up the coastline effectively to then turn inbound Wollongong 2ND. 3,700 feet, starting to slow down to 320 or so, not 220 or knots or so, and then turning inbound for our final approach. We've got that it's an RMP approach. No idea if the aircraft is capable of doing that in the sim, but we shall find out. And we'll hand fly the last bit and see how she hand flies on final approach. 1,800 meters of runway, so it's quite short, but we'll then probably use most of it, vacate left on Golf, and then work into the middle there. Very nice. Easy, easy, lemon squeezy. Missed approach is going to be turn left, track direct to WO2NH. Let's get the spoilers out. Whee, look at that little bump. Bit of turbulence. Altitude 4. Range. That'll do. We'll do 2,500 feet per minute. That'll keep the speed hopefully below 250, but if not we can just tweak. Yeah, it's about there. 2,200 feet per minute. Oh, it's still creeping up. We'll just pop the speed brake out a tad. Through 10. Right, so we need QNH 1030. Where is the barrow here? Let's get it moving. One 1030. Lights. Sides. Range. Shellharbour traffic, Osprey 165, Cessna Citation X, QNH 1030, currently 10 track miles to the west of the field. Be overflying the airfield, Wollongong NDB, routing out towards the coast. Intentions for an RMP runway 16 approach. Will report turning inbounds. Shellharbour traffic. Minimum set nav, radio set, approach brief complete, altimeters are set now on 1030. Standby instruments match that as well. Happy days. FMS is programmed, landing data is all set, ready to go, confirmed. V-speeds are set, lights are on, pressurization. Ooh, yes. Airfield elevation is 0. That's set. ADFORs, preview, don't need that, preview mode. So that is set. Passenger briefing is complete, passenger safety is set. Before landings, then just gear down, speed brakes retracted, and that jazz. 6,300 feet to go. Ooh, nice, Dusty, very new. You tracking it hopefully on New Sky? It's great, this little aeroplane in the clouds, this is superb. Look at that. Very, very, very cool. What a view as well. There's the airfield, folks, just below us. So we want to set heading mode, which is there. Half bank is off. Heading 030. Should level off at 4 momentarily. Probably keep going to 37. Lap 5. Slats. It says. Just realised the little speed demarcations on the nav on the PFD there. $200 knots is good. I'm happy with that. Look at this. Yeah, keybinds aside, they've done a phenomenal job with this. And I'm kind of glad that we've come across that problem, because it means that if you end up with the same issue, you'll be able to work it out. So it's a 3.5 degree glide path angle into this airfield today, guys, as well. So you know. Start engines before taxi, before takeoff, cruise, climb, descent, approach, landing. Right, so throttle's idle, speed brakes extend at touchdown to 100%, elevator control forward pressure at touchdown, brakes apply after nose wheel ground contact, thrust reversers deploy after nose wheel ground contact, thrust reversers idle by 65 knots. Got it. Hopefully you have too. There's a lot of red over there, right next to our waypoint. Oh, look how great that's it. That's just really, really good. So what we'll do next week, scenery dependent, hoping we can maybe get some impulse simulations stuff going on, and with that we will aim to get back in this, I reckon, and then basically have a full flight in it, start to finish, without any problems. Weather radar it's all controlled down here, mate, so you need to make sure it's on standby first, and then you turn it to WX there, and then you press MFD weather there. Turn in. What's that? Screw not Sydney traffic. Okay. A lot of weather. I've just turned it off though. Yeah, right, let's turn it back on. Might just nibble that in a tiny bit. I'll go back onto LNAV. See what happens when we hit that as an intercept. I'm gonna go quiet, folks, just because of being quite busy in this. On 60 knots is probably a good one. Charts. Yeah, what an awesome approach this is, with the weather as well, making it a bit moody. Okay, so that's Whiskey Oscar 2 November Delta. Wow, this is cool. I've armed nav mode just to see if I get it back into LNAV momentarily for Whiskey Oscar 2 November India coming up. I might arm approach mode just to see if it does fly like an RNAV approach sort of thing. Look at this. Does it usually want... It doesn't say anything about APU until after landing. Right, okay. Good. Wow, look at this. Very cool. Shellharbour. LNAV's active. Let's see if approach mode works. Oh. My controls. Starts to mess up. Take over. Okay. Alternative glide path, I think ALGP means. Full sync. Shellharbour traffic, Osprey 165 is final approach, runway 16 to land. Yeah, no, you're alright, you're alright. As long as you shout Leroy at the start. Chris, welcome. So this is a 3.5 descent, the glide path angle. Which is now, so it looks like it would be tracking it, but it just bugged out on that final bit. But that's okay. This looks like it would ordinarily fly quite nicely. So we will follow the flight director with faith, just to see how she gets on. So we'll go gear down now. There she is. It's a few seconds out, so I don't lose control of the jet too much. There's a little bit of sync there, let's just correct that. It's very responsive. So what was that quick checklist? Gear down. 3 green. Speed brakes retracted. Flaps 35. Travelling. Try and hold the speed up a little bit for now, but we're going to get quite nose down. Look at these hills. What a superb approach. Just going to let the speed trickle up towards 150-ish. How amazing is this? These are one of the. I bet this is one of those airports that is rarely visited in reality. Your dampers off, just because of Sydney being around the corner. So people would fly there anyway. This is handling the VNAV element of the RNAV approach. Looking at the guidance, that is, quite nicely. It's got that glide path indication helping us down. Got a 3 knot crosswind, 20 knot headwind. It's pretty good. Do wish the altitude thing was a little less twitchy. I'll set 4,000 for a missed approach just in case to play it safe. That'll be runway heading with a crosswind. Loads of speed to play with. Approach speeds 119 knots. Looks like Ian's 2,000 feet above over there somewhere in this Citation as well, aren't you, mate? I think. We'll see if he flies past and over. Pitch power. A little bit of trim. Shellharbour traffic, Osprey 165, short final 16. $1,000 coming up. Bring that speed right down to approach speed now. That first little jitterbug. Ian, how are you finding it? It's actually really cool, isn't it? It flies really well. Sounds, like you said, sounds really bassy. Can't see him. We'll spot his landing though. Textures are fantastic. $3,000 above, so he's kind of like up here somewhere. Anyway, focus. I wonder what it's like to take into. Is it Samadan in Switzerland? So you got a route all the way through the valleys. Is it Samadan? I wonder. A very steep runway, this. A steep approach. That 0.5 degree makes all the difference, you know. Holding her off. Touchdown. Okay, nose is down. Thrust reversers and brakes. And stick forwards. Get rid of the thrust reversers. What a jet. Brakes. You hear it? Amazing. Yeah, superb. I'm glad we've stuck with it. Had that fixed thanks to the FlightFX team, and then still had a bit of time just about to get this flight in. What an aeroplane this is. Phenomenal. I had no idea where we're meant to park, but I'll vacate left over here towards the aircraft museum because that looks cool. Right, after landing checks, it says timer start. Where is it? There you go, timer start. There it is in the clock. Weather radar off. There's the terrain map. So we would have got that instead. Got the weather radar off as well while we're at it. Radar standby, taxi lights on, landing lights off, ground recall to that record off. Flaps up. Let's check out some of the animations, shall we? Shellharbour traffic, Osprey 165, vacated left. Let's check this out. Let's see. We do that. Flaps up. Awesome. So what we could do next week is fly out of here to wherever that new impulse simulation scenery is in this, and if it's a bit of a longer flight it will mean that we can then basically get on those higher altitudes and higher speeds. Where are we parking? I have absolutely no idea. Somewhere around here, isn't it? So what do we have? Yeah, I reckon we stick it outside the museum. Next to the Qantas 747. Why not? No way they landed that here, surely. Flaps up, speed brakes retracted, anti-ice is off. That's over this way. Da, da, da. Turn those off. Lights off, elevator trim set. Where would you find the elevator trim? Settings. Can't see it for some reason. APU as required, we'll get that on.
Shellharbour traffic Osprey 2452 is established on final and 15 nautical miles. Shellharbour traffic.
TCAS on standby. Block it here. Next to the zebra crossing. No expenses spared for my punters. Parking brake set, thrust levers after 2 minutes idle we can cut off. Well, they have been basically for 2 minutes, but we'll just check the APU. That's already on, that's good. Generator's on. Good. Right. Into cutoff. And then we can go ground recognition off, Seatbelts off. Nav lights can stay on. Now we can cage the standby compass. Turn the IRSs off. And then we can turn like APU and other things off later. But what we will do now is open the door. That was the light. There it is, the handle. Da, 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 da. Which is that light there? Oh, it's the taxi light, of course it is. Whoopsie, that's down here. There she is. Just turn this onto a faster mode. Citation X. Let's see how we've done. We'll just position the camera to watch Ian on approach. And then we'll bring up New Sky, because I added it to the New Sky fleet this morning for today, just to see how all of it works. So let's close the flight and see what we get. 9, great touchdown, but no beacon lights. Yeah, fair enough. I turned them off by accident a few minutes ago as we were taxiing in. I got penalised 1 point for that. Wow. Brutal. Chris, yeah, 1300 GS. Logically for me, it makes sense because ultimately I'm going to be refueling loads in the RS, and like weather protection and all that kind of stuff just makes more sense. As well on the GS. I have 2 behind the terminal. What do you mean? Oh, hey, here he comes. Ta-da! Oh, I've gone for the GS Trophy, Chris. It's going to come on the 1st of September. Very exciting. But I'm sadly having to limit my riding on my Triumph now, because they've agreed the price based on cost, on mileage. So if I put too many models on it, the trader will go, oh yeah, you know, it's £500 less. So I've got to be very careful with it already. It's done some random model matching, but it's got as close as it can. And he's down, doing another one of those gearless AI models. Looked like a great touchdown as well. I want to fly this more. This is great. It's really different. It's really good fun and beautifully detailed. A little quirkiness with the autopilot towards the end though, but I suppose you kind of expect that with MSFS, don't you? Look at this. Welcome to Shellharbour.
And Shellharbour traffic up to
there you go. Thank you very much for bearing with us and flying along today, folks. I hope you've enjoyed it. The mighty, now that we've sorted out that keybind, which was the cause of all our problems, the mighty FlightFX Cessna Citation X. And a little bit in the middle with the Avro RJ as well, which is, we've not flown in a long time either, to be fair, so double whammy. Hope you've enjoyed the stream today. Got loads of dog training tomorrow, so no availability. Be probably next Saturday or something around next weekend anyway, that we'll be looking at all that sort of stuff and some more streams. But we'll have a think about what we could do. We'll probably jump back into this actually, because this one sector was fun. I'm curious. I'd like to dive a bit more into it. So we'll see what we come up with. Possibly going to be Australia again. Why not? Bloody ripper. Don't forget to hit like, hit subscribe if you've not done so already. Thank you very much for watching, and as always, have a great rest of the weekend, and I'll see you next time.